I call to order the Committee on House Administration for the continuation of our hearing on committee funding for the 114th Congress. Quorum is present. One of the most important functions of the Committee on House Administration as we begin each new Congress is to set funding levels for each of the standing committees of the House so that they can effectively plan and accomplish their legislative and oversight priorities. And this process began earlier this year as we gathered information from each committee as they prepared for the coming session. And last week, the full committee heard from the chairman and ranking member of a number of committees as they explained their requests and outlined their plans for their respective committees. And today we're going to hear from the remaining House committee chairs and ranking members so that we can then complete our process of marking up a budget resolution which sets funding levels for each committee to be presented for consideration by the full House. So I certainly want to thank each of the chairmen and ranking members who have already appeared before our committee and those that we're going to hear from today and their staffs for the outstanding cooperation with which they have worked with our committee and our staff in moving this important process forward. Before we begin, let me first ask for unanimous consent. Without objection, I would ask unanimous consent to enter the following document into the hearing record: a statement from myself as the chairman of this committee on our own committee's budget request. And without objection, so ordered. And I would recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also unanimous consent to submit for the record a statement in support of the funding request for the Committee on House Administration.
And I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman have any opening statement before we begin? All right, with that, we will start with natural resources this morning, and we certainly want to welcome Chairman Bishop and Ranking Member Grijalva for their attendance today. Before we even recognize you, let me just tell both of you gentlemen that your staffs, your respective staffs and your committee were very, very helpful with our committee when we were seeking information to put everything together here for your committee funding request. So we are very appreciative of that. And we appreciate you both attending here today. And I would ask our official reporter to enter a page break since we're starting for the record here. So we start a new section. The Committee on Natural Resources has a proud history and jurisdiction over our nation's energy and mineral resources, fisheries and wildlife, affairs related to our Native American Indian communities, our water and power resources, and our public lands and environmental regulations. And with that, we appreciate the chairman and ranking member coming before us this morning, and we would recognize now Chairman Bishop.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for your kind words that you said about our staff. They're still not getting a raise, but I appreciate those kind words. We have a formal statement that I'd like to submit for the record so that you have it, but let me just hit a couple of the highlights.
Without objection.
In it, which I do think in reality it's probably going to be a whole lot different from some of the other committees and chairmen from whom you have heard, but we are asking for a 2.5% increase for the next 2 years to try and compensate in some way for the 13% cut or larger that we've all had in our committee budgets that have been done over the past few years, for which no one has really given us a whole lot of credit for it. We're also trying to institute a restructuring of our subcommittees. We'll be talking more and more about oversight of agencies that are spending $15 billion, and I think we need to do that. Also, with the transition in the new chair, we were down. I mean, we started the session with 1/3 of the positions. We are in the process of trying to fill those. We also have the problem that I think everyone else is having with the travel budgets that have been taking the brunt of the cuts. We are down by about 75%, so we're roughly at the same level we had in 2011. And I would emphasize to the fact that unlike some of the other committees, our jurisdiction is out west. We got to travel a long way to get to where our problems are. I've always kept telling you, I want you out of my state of Utah, just go away and we'll all be happy. Well, to find out what the problems we have in resources, you got to travel distance. So that gives us, I think, a unique problem and perspective we have if any kind of hearing is going to take place. And with that, let me just yield back and submit the full statement for the record.
Thank the chairman very much. The chair now recognizes ranking member, Mr. Grijalva.
Thank you, Chairman Miller and Ranking Member Brady, and I'd like to enter the full statement into the record if there's no objection.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I'm pleased to join with Chairman Bishop today to ask for your support for the Natural Resources Committee budget request. The chairman pointed out the areas in which the increase is justified: travel, full allocation of staff, to the committee function. And I think it's important also to note that last session, we had a total of 712 bills and resolutions referred to the committee. We had 159 legislative and oversight hearings, 22 full committee markup sessions, and passage in the House of 128 bills, of which 55 became public law. And I mention that because the volume of work, I think, merits your consideration. The distance of travel for essential hearings out in the West merits your consideration. And while Chairman Bishop and I have had and will have vigorous debates as to the issues that come before the committee, the consistent practice of staff allocation is in this budget, and I concur with him entirely that 5% over this 2.5 each year over this session is merited and justified, and quite frankly quite needed. And with that, closing, let me thank you, Chairman Miller, Ranking Member Brady, and my colleague Mr. Bishop, and yield back.
Thank you, both gentlemen, for coming. And we are very cognizant of the cuts that not only the respective MRAs for the members have taken in the last couple of cycles, but certainly in regards to the excuse me, to the committees as well. And as you've articulated here, you're looking for a small increase, principally, I suppose, for your staff. I'm just looking at some of the background that you gave us, where you have a staff ceiling of 69, and you're averaging about 57 positions filled. So you're, as you look at the possibility of us being able to give you a bit of plus up from level funding here, and we are going to be considering that. I keep telling all the chairmen, I'll tell you the same thing. Obviously, we've got a finite pie of the amount of resources that we have, and we listened to all the chairmen and rankers last week through a number, about half the committees, and today we're going to get the other half in here, and just trying to see what we can do, and recognizing how important it is for our committees in our branch of government to be able to do the oversight that is under our jurisdiction, and how important that is, and how we have really hobbled ourselves in the last couple of cycles as we've tried to be sensitive and fiscally conservative, et cetera. So we are going to take a close look on this, and I guess my question would just be, if you, and I think you pretty much said that in your testimony, both of you gentlemen, if you were to get the increase, would it be exclusively for additional staff? Are you looking at doing any kind of as far as any kind of technology changes that you might have in your infrastructure there in your committee that would make it more efficient, or is it just field hearings staff?
Well, there are always areas in which you can use technology to try and save areas. Unfortunately, I think that's the first area that's already been done. So we have implemented those types of changes. As we find other elements, we can easily do those. That's not where the big money is. The big money, as you all know, still comes from salaries and field hearings. Mm-hmm. So specifically, if there was a plus up, the areas I'd be looking at very quickly is we're going to go through the NEPA process again. I would like to have a staffer specifically dedicated to a review of that law, which hasn't been reviewed for decades and becomes a key element. We're also doing the oversight, and I would specifically like one that would be able to go in there and plus up in that area to look at the new regulations that are being given by the agencies, because those are the types of things we want to cover. And then third, I think we probably have on both sides of the aisle a disproportionate number of new members and first-year members who really do need some kind of oversight hearings in their particular areas. So I think the third priority would be going to some kind of ability to have more field hearings in those areas, especially to help the new members along, as well as the entire committee. So I think if I were to prioritize and had a plus up, somebody to help us on NEPA, somebody to help us in the oversight, and then the field hearings would be the way we would prioritize any kind of increases. Mr.
Grijalva?
I concur. I think the formation of the new subcommittee on oversight for resources demands that we staff up for that committee, and the minority needs to do that as well. Travel, essential. I concur with, we have new members, most of them from the West, and as field hearings are asked for, field hearings are arranged and planned for, that involves travel. So I would say the two primary areas are staffing up and travel.
Thank you. Mr. Brady? Nothing? Ms. Lofgren, you have any questions? None? All right, gentlemen, we appreciate your attendance here today. We just want to tell you we really are looking at it all here and recognizing what you're saying. We're painfully aware of what has happened here in the last couple of cycles, and we're just going to do our best. So we appreciate your requests and the information you've given the committee, and we'll give it every serious consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Our next group is as en route and should be here momentarily. The committee now welcomes Chairman Royce and Ranking Member Engel of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and I would ask the official reporter to enter a page break in the hearing record to begin a new section. The Foreign Affairs Committee jurisdiction relates to our foreign policy, war powers, treaties, executive agreements, and the deployment and use of U.S. armed forces, the enforcement of UN sanctions, arms control, disarmament issues, and the U.S. Agency for International Development and Foreign Assistance. And we want to welcome both you gentlemen, and I would also tell you that before I recognize Chairman Royce, your respective staff and your committee were very, very helpful to our committee when we were seeking information to get ourselves prepped up here for you today. So we appreciate both the R's and the D's. Both the staff did a great
We
job.
overcompensate with that staff. They're great, Chairman, but thank you.
So at this time, I would recognize Chairman Royce for his comments.
Thank you, Chairman Miller, and I want to thank Ranking Member Brady, and I want to thank the committee members here as well, because when my colleague and friend Elliot Engel and I were here 2 years ago, circumstances were very different. Then we were both new to our positions in leading the committee, and we were facing a budget cut of 12%, which tied us with financial services and transportation, if you'll recall, for the largest cut. And back then, the world was a much more stable place. Since then, the wheels have fallen off, and so it wasn't necessarily the 12%, but if we look at Benghazi, or we look at Syria, or we look at the Russian invasion of Ukraine that's occurred, or the threats now that emanate from Iran, what's going on across the Middle East, even North Korea, the rise of the Islamic State, all of that, all of our security and prosperity, unfortunately, is increasingly at risk because of developments around the world. And our committee has this responsibility. Our talented and dedicated staff really works quite tirelessly to keep us and all our members well-informed, ready to react to the never-ending crisis. We do a good job. Almost every committee member wanted to stay on the committee, by the way, unlike previous years. We had more people than we could possibly handle. And we learned, and I'm proud to tell you that we did more with less, a whole lot less, $991,400. So we cut the budget by $1 million. We eliminated a subcommittee. We had a reduction of 3 majority subcommittee staff positions and 1 administration staffer. We streamlined our committee's organizational structure to compensate for the 7 vacant staff positions on the majority side alone. And we were unable to fill other positions because of budget cuts. So what we also did was we moved to paperless hearings. Saved a lot of money that way. Paperless markups. We carefully reviewed every administrative cost. We cut or eliminated the non-essential or duplicative services that we could find. And we're working hard, we're working smart. But the workload only promises to increase, and we are certainly understaffed. Currently, we have 7 unfilled positions on the committee's majority side, positions we cannot fill under our current budget. And I understand the challenges your committee faces, Madam Chairman, and I am not here asking you to fund 7 positions, but I am here to ask you to fund 2 of these positions with an increase of only 2% of our budget for 2015 and 2016. A 2% increase would amount to $150,000 and would be split 2/3 and 1/3 between the majority and minority. The majority's share of this $150,000 would allow me to fill 2 vacant positions, ideally on oversight and the investigation team, where we don't have those staffed. With the many current crises facing us and difficult issues on the horizon, such as the authorization for use of military force, which we will be taking up in my committee, and by the way, that's just about the most consequential thing this Congress can do. So our committee is going to continue to be challenged. In addition to an unexpected AUMF, we will continue to be extremely active legislatively with bills to sanction Iran, to handle the Iranian challenge there. We've got the reform of the Broadcasting Board of Governors, which Eliot Engel and I are pushing through the committee. Right now, it's totally dysfunctional. It's got to be done. We've got to reauthorize the State Department and much more. So last Congress, we had 18 bills become law that we actually got not only through our committee, but through the Senate. And in foreign affairs, the surprises are relentless, as you can imagine. Eliot and I have been in Western Ukraine. We've been in Eastern Ukraine. And frankly, we've managed to do a very good bipartisan job on oversight, including pressuring the State Department to get that Inspector General in place after 4 years, and USAID to be cooperative with the GAO and change their policy. But we are overmatched. And on the majority side, we have only 2 full-time oversight and investigation staff matched against all these big bureaucracies. So in conclusion, Foreign Affairs is a very active committee. Members increasingly want to be engaged on that committee. Legislation on critical issues that affect war and peace come through what we handle. And we are lean, and frankly too lean. And we could use and would very much appreciate and put to good use a very small increase in our budget for a few more oversight and investigation staff. That's what we've requested. Thank you.
Thank the Chairman. I would recognize now the Ranking Member, Mr. Engel.
Thank you, Chairwoman Miller, Ranking Member Brady, members of the committee, and thank you very much for inviting me to testify today. When I was coming here, I was kidding around with some of my staff, and I said we just sit here and sing the money song from Cabaret, which talks about money makes the world go round. I want to thank our chairman and my friend Ed Royce for working with me in a bipartisan manner. Ed and I have established an excellent relationship over the past 2 years, and I look forward to working with him as a friend and partner for the rest of the 114th Congress. I've always believed that foreign policy should be as bipartisan as possible, and we've been working together with members on both sides of the aisle to address an unprecedented number of foreign policy challenges around the world. These include the Iranian nuclear program, the fight against ISIS in Iraq and Syria, Russian aggression in Ukraine, North Korea's development of WMD, and many others. I think that we and our staffs, both Ed and I, have gotten a lot done for the good of the country and the world. We've done more with less. Our staffs work together, I think more so than virtually any other committee in the Congress. That saves money as well. But now we're essentially cut to the bone. Our ability to do good things has been hampered by significant cuts to our committee budget. 2 years ago, our budget was reduced by almost 12%, which amounted to $991,000. That was the highest percentage cut sustained by any committee. And in the 2 years before that, we were cut by 5% and 6.4%. So that's a lot of cuts to the Foreign Affairs Committee. These cuts have made it more difficult to hire and retain experienced committee staff to help us navigate the wide array of extraordinarily complex national security challenges that we now face. And it's also made it more difficult for the committee to conduct effective oversight, as Ed pointed out, of the State Department, USAID, and other agencies under our jurisdiction. So I strongly support the chairman's request for a modest 2% increase in the committee budget. We came up with 2% to be fair. We could have come up with more and figuring it would be cut, but we came up with a figure that we thought was honest and took into account the fiscal restraints that we have. Taken together with last year's 1% increase, this would begin the process of rebuilding the capacity of the committee to effectively meet our responsibilities. So thank you again for inviting me to testify. Thank you for the work you're doing. It's very difficult for you to listen to everybody complaining and whining, but we thank you for it, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you, and we appreciate both of your attendance and your comments, and you know, we really don't look at it as complaining and whining, and I will tell you why. I was asked my staff to get some numbers here as I've been sitting through these hearings, because what we have done to ourselves in the House has not been done by the Senate. Now, I'm not going to say anything too much about the Senate, but I will point this out because I think it's an interesting number. Our House committees since 2010 have actually taken a 15% reduction, and yet the Senate committees have had flat funding during all of that time. So there is a big difference of the approach to that. And actually, in the executive office and the administration, there's been a 30% increase during this time. So, which is fine. I'm just point that out. It's the House that has been really trying to lead by example, and we have gone through some very painful economic times. On the other hand, we do have a job to do, which is inclusive of particularly of oversight. That is the American people are looking to these respective committees to do oversight of the various agencies, et cetera, and as all the other responsibilities that both the chairman and the ranking member have just articulated for foreign affairs. And we're looking at some of the information that you gave us, where you have a staff ceiling of 88, and your average positions filled has been 75. So you really have had some significant cuts in staff, travel, et cetera. I'm very appreciative of the comments that you made about the paperless hearings. We're all about trying to think about utilizing new technologies and whatever to assist, but obviously the big portion of any budget is always the employees, the staff. So that's really where it is. And I guess I would just ask you this, and perhaps you already answered in your testimony, but if we were able to give you an increase, and I'm not saying that we can. We went all last week, one day, with about half of the committees, and today we hope to finalize all of the testimony from all the respective committees. And we have some committees that are looking at flat line, and others that are asking for small increases, as are you, for 2%. And for those that are asking for a bit of an increase, we would just like to ask you specifically, if we were able to do that, would it be staff or field hearings or travel or what have you? What really would you do with the 2%?
Oh, we've cut the travel and all of that down, and as a matter of fact, I'd also just mention we moved away from the web vendor the committee had used to save 20,000 by using the House platform. So we have cut everything. So it would all go. We go back to that question of oversight. The added funding would be for policy personnel specifically, and it would be for the challenges for oversight for terrorism and the Middle East. And it would be such a great help at this time, given what we're dealing with ISIS. Elliot and I, the last 2 years, have been in the Middle East, and having the committee try to handle the oversight in this, we've got one person working on two of our key priorities, authorizing the whole State Department budget for the first time in years. We're authorizing it, we're putting it into the Senate, and we're reforming our badly functioning international broadcasting, as I mentioned. He also covers North Africa, including Egypt, including Libya, so you can imagine the situation we're in. And the international organizations he covers as well, like the UN. So, and I shouldn't even get started on the General Counsel, who covers not only the day-to-day procedural issues involved in the legislative process, but also handles international human rights, handles religious freedom, most importantly, the authorization for the use of U.S. military force in armed conflict. He also handles that. And it's not about lightening his workload, which, is 16 hours a day. It's about having another body to make sure we're checking all the boxes. We have got to be able to handle all of this, and those boxes have to be checked before we move the bills or bring the reforms. So we literally must have these positions to do our function at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Engel?
Yeah, I would certainly concur with everything Ed has said, and I would also say that just this morning, the White House sent down an AUMF, the authority to go to war with ISIS in Iraq, and these are the kinds of things that are directly involved with our committee, is our jurisdiction, and in a time of ongoing crisis and increasing crisis, it's important that we have the personnel to do the kinds of work we need, the thorough work we need. And Ed's quite right, to have one person do so many different things, it really diminishes the amount of time that person can devote to issues like the AUMF, which are right now very much in the forefront.
Mr. Brady?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You need to know that we as a committee here, we are extremely bipartisan, and we also try to give you what you need to be able to function. Throughout the years, there's been cuts. I'm sure it's tough to find quality personnel, people with the expertise that you need at the pay you're paying them. They're just almost like giving up their time for their country. So we do understand that there are needs, and your needs. I like to hear it when you're increasing, personnel, because that's something you can see, something that's happening, rather than people come in and talk about travel and whatever, because you can always kind of cut back that a little bit. But we will fight to give you what you need to make sure that your important committee can function.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Brady.
you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Harper, do you have any questions? Any questions? All right, gentlemen, we thank you very, very much for your time and your assistance in getting us prepared to take a look at everything in the aggregate and understand exactly how much money we have and what we can do. And we're taking your requests under every serious consideration, and we appreciate your attendance here today. We'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Madam
and
Chairman.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
the job you're doing. We
Thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much. The committee now welcomes Chairman Upton and Ranking Member Pallone of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, and I ask the official reporter to enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section. The Committee on Energy and Commerce has jurisdiction over the nation's telecommunications, consumer protection, food and drug safety, public health research, environmental quality, energy policy, and interstate and foreign commerce. It oversees multiple cabinet-level departments and independent agencies, including the Departments of Energy, Health and Human Services, Commerce and Transportation, as well as the Environmental Protection Agency, the Federal Trade Commission, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Federal Communications Commission. So we certainly, the committee welcomes both gentlemen to be here today, the chairman and the ranking member. And before I recognize Chairman Upton from the great state of Michigan, I would just comment, as I've told most of the other committee chairs as well, both of your staffs on the Republican and Democratic side were very, very helpful to our staff here when we were gathering all the information to try to get ourselves sort of prepped up here for our hearing today. So we're appreciative of all of that. And we tried to simplify and streamline the process a bit so we could really get the information we needed without having too much volume there. But at any rate, we certainly welcome you, and we look forward to your testimony, Chairman Upton.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and my full statements will just enter into the record by
Without objection?
And I know, Mr. Harper, I mean, we could save time in the future by just saying jurisdiction over the world. Just those two words is sufficient. And I know Mr. Harper would agree with me, that, and I know Pallone as well. We're delighted to be here. You have a very tough job, and frankly, we're here to help. That's our offer. We submitted our full statement on Monday for the record, and with limited time, I want to make 2 points. One, we have saved money over the last 4 years. In fact, our budget is $1 million less than it was just a couple years ago. But our agenda, certainly for this Congress to get done, we do need a little bit more. We've made some significant savings, not only fewer supplies and subscriptions, major reductions in printing and copying, severely restricted travel. We didn't have a single field hearing the last 2 years. Delays in technology updates, as you know, and most of all, we have fewer staff. In fact, we have 122 slots, personnel slots, of which only 96 were filled at the end of 2014. So with this budget that we're asking, we're hoping to actually go to 102 slots, still far below, in essence, about almost 25%, 20 to 25% less than we were just a few years ago. We have a very big agenda. A number of expiring provisions that have to be addressed. The doc fix, SGR, and that's something we've been working on in very strong bipartisan way. CHIP, saving children with insurance. Legal challenges to the Affordable Care Act, and of course the Supreme Court hears those arguments next month. 21st Century Cures, a major initiative that Mr. Pallone and Diana DeGette, myself, initiated almost a year and a half ago. But we're looking to move this legislation forward. We released our discussion document 2 weeks ago, 400 pages long. Lots of hearings, lots of round tables. Energy infrastructure, cybersecurity, and consumer protection. We need security clearances. We need, frankly, some more staff. They have to get to handle this, and the issue seems to be getting worse almost every day with every news report on data breaches that are out there. We've got to have the staff capable of helping us try to write legislation. Bipartisan, I commend Mr. Pallone. We want to work together on this for sure. Chemical regulation, TSCA is going to be a big issue for us to deal with. Mr. Shimkus' subcommittee, changes in communication and technology, quite a bit more. We believe that our hard work to conserve resources and our substantial workload ahead makes the case for a request for a small increase of $150,000 over our 2014 level, which is a 1.6% increase. I know that Frank and I will do everything that we can with additional dollars if you're able to provide them to us. But we do believe that what we've offered is a restrained and reasonable request to help us achieve this important work ahead. And I would note that when we did the committee funding resolution on the floor 2 years ago, all of us supported the bill. Yield to Mr. Pallone.
I'm appreciative of that. The chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Also, thank you, Mr. Brady. I'm not going to repeat what Mr. Upton said about the, the various bills and legislation that the committee will be dealing with this year. But I do want to say that I've been able to work. Obviously, as you know, I've only been doing this for about a month or so now, but I've been able to work well with Chairman Upton and his staff in general, and also in preparing this budget submission. And just in terms of the jurisdiction, just a little statistic that the jurisdiction of the committee covers consumer products and industrial sectors accounting for more than 45% of the gross domestic product and employs more than 60% of the workforce. So I thought that would be interesting for you to know. Fred and I have been working together to control and reduce our costs whenever possible, and proactively as we can. We've been looking for ways to operate more efficiently, understanding that, we have to be mindful of that. And a glance at our budget reveals that our committee's priority need for both the majority and the minority is really staff. More than 95% of our respective budgets are allocated to higher pay and support our staff. And of course, for me, this has been a transition because a lot of the Democratic staff actually were not there when I arrived. We had an election that lasted almost a year, and many of the staff had actually left before I even arrived. So we're not only trying to keep the staff we have, but also we've had to hire new staff, which makes a difference too in terms of what we do. The funding increase, obviously I support. It's a 1.6% increase, I think, which amounts to about $150,000. It's basically, it would enable us to afford vital technical support and subscriptions that would give our staff, information so they can analyze, current affairs and technology. And I would say that, even though we're in the minority and we only get 1/3 of this budget, I feel that allocation split of 2/3 for the majority and 1/3 for the minority is basically equitable. Obviously, it doesn't give us in the minority the same opportunities or resources, but I think generally the track record shows that even though it's not equal, that it is equitable. I'm not going to go through all the various things that we have to do. I think Fred mentioned them all. I think you understand that when you talk about broad areas like healthcare, energy, internet, telecommunications, these are all things that are very much, priorities for the Congress. I mean, in the first month on the floor alone, we had several energy bills, pipeline initiatives. We had the ACA. Now we're in the middle of the issue of discussing net neutrality. So you can see just in 1 month how much a lot of the issues that the committee deal with have been priorities for the Congress as a whole on the floor as well as in committee. So I just wanted to say that, again, I support this increase. It's a slight increase in the budget. I know you probably don't like to see any increases in the budget, but I think that it is necessary given what we have to deal with both for staff and their support. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, both of you, very much. Actually, the amount of increase that you're looking for, really less than 2%, we are going to try to give every consideration to. We'll just have to see how we do. Of course, we had hearings all last week with about half the committees, and we hope to finish all of that today, and then we're going to take a look at the amount of money that we have and see what we can't do here, because and I've been pointing this out, and I'm just going to, because I think it's an interesting number when you think about how the House has really taken, we really have done everything that we can to be sensitive to the economic constraints that we've faced. And so the House committees since 2010 have had a 15% reduction. Now, our friends on the other side, the other chamber over there in the Senate, have actually had flat funding since 2010. So it is a significant thing that the House has done here. And I would also point out that the Executive Office has actually had a 30% increase during this time. So we, as a separate branch of government, are charged with oversight responsibilities, et cetera, and we really have hobbled ourselves, I think, in a significant way. So we're appreciative of what you're saying. I'm just taking some notes here. As you say, the staff ceiling is 122, and you had 96 positions filled. So both on the majority and minority side, everybody has has done what they needed to do, I think, to try to get through here. And let me just ask, though, if we were able, and we're not making any promises here, but if we were able to give you the increase that you're looking for, would that be, and you pretty much said it in your opening comments, but specifically staff, or would you do, what would be your priority, the staff or the field
Yeah, a couple
hearings?
things. One, I mean, we have some real demands for staff, some talented staff, and we're competing with the private sector and others. We know that. But it is, you know, I am asked a number of times for field hearings here or there on very important issues, whether they be in the South or the West or in the East, the Midwest, and we've had to say no. Not a single field hearing have we had in the last 2 years. I can remember when I came here, I was on the Small Business Committee and Transportation Committee. I can remember taking then Chair of New Jersey, Bob Rowe, out to my district, Grand Haven, Michigan, and talking about roads and infrastructure. And it's important for our members to see other parts of the country, a better understanding, particularly on energy and health-related issues. You know, gosh, as we're looking at 21st century cures, input from so many different stakeholders, not only disease groups, research institutions like MD Anderson, Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinic, University of Michigan, to be able, for us to understand better what we can do to expedite the approval of drugs and devices that are going to impact every American family and create the jobs that we want here. Venture capitalists, we learned, dropped the U.S. 50%, to 50% less money from venture capitalists going to our health sector because they've decided to go overseas because the time of approvals is just so delayed. So to get a better understanding, we have a lot of new members, 7 on our side. What, 5 new members? How many members on your? 5 new members on the Democratic side. It's important that they get up to speed on the very complex issues that we have, and you know, so I think we would look at a blend of both of those. But it's, you know, we have indeed tightened our belt the last couple of years, and it's now as we look at these huge issues before us that we know we're going to be able to get done, and so many, obviously, too, on a bipartisan basis. I think that it really would help us if we had a few more staff, and we can get you some dynamics, some information before the close of business. You know, not only this request, but also maybe if you're able to do a little bit more on some of the things that we might be able to do.
That would be
Appreciate your
very helpful to us, because we are going to give
And I
it,
know we
as
have
I say,
Mr.
every
Harper's
serious
vote on it.
consideration.
I just know that we do.
He's got a different hat on today. He wears both hats, so very well.
He's now a vice chairman on one of our subcommittees.
Mr. Pallone, do you?
I would say the same. In other words, you know, I mentioned you before that in transition, you know, we lost a lot of our people, frankly, just in the last year. And so, you know, as we go around and try to find people to replace those who left, we're realizing, you know, disadvantages that are out there because, you know, we can't offer as much money as we used to. So certainly staff would be part of it. But I also agree with Fred that it's important to have some field hearings. I mean, just an example, and not that it's maybe not a good example, but yesterday I was at one of the American Indian conferences, you know, that are held here in D.C. that I try to go to because I was the author of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act, which was part of the Affordable Care Act. And there was a presentation by one of the tribes about their new health center, and I realized I had, you know, years ago I used to travel and try to go out to Indian country and see some of the Indian, you know, the Indian healthcare service clinics or hospitals, and I realized how outdated I have become in the sense that I haven't been to any of them or seen any of them for years. I try to go on my own time, you know, just when I happen to be someplace, I'll go visit. But Fred is right. I mean, with all the innovations, and we're really the innovation committee, you know, whether it deals with the intranet or healthcare or whatever, you know, the fact that we never go out to see anything is certainly not good.
Very good. Mr. Brady? Mr. Harper?
Can you think of something nice I can say to my other chairman, Chairman Miller?
You can tell him what a wonderful state he comes from.
We hear that quite often, but I think Mississippi would be a great place for a future field hearing, Mr. Chairman, because we have, you know, we have the Kemper County facility that's soon will be up and running. We have nuclear power over on near the Mississippi River. We have a lot of hydraulic fracturing, so we could have, and the food's much better in Mississippi. So I want to
The ads say
go ahead
that the
and clear
food is
that
good down there, so.
there you go. So we've got lots of good things there. Yes.
I didn't mention, but the new hospital and clinic that I was referencing was the Mississippi Choctaw.
Yeah.
They're going to have a dedication on March 8th, I think, or March 2nd, and I was going to try. I'm going on that Selma to visit Selma, you know, with the Faith and Politics
Right.
Institute of John Lewis, and I was going to see if I could sneak down there. So.
I saw Chief Anderson yesterday, and we plan to be there for that. I hope you'll be able to come and join us that day. There is a 1:06 flight out of Jackson that we can make, so you might want to get a hold on that flight to get back up here. You know, it is remarkable when I listen to both of you discuss areas of jurisdiction. It is the world. It's everything. But the field hearings, I do think, as you've discussed, would be very important if you get additional funding, and that will allow that to take place, whether it's going to visit, you know, a hospital or going to Yucca Mountain or some other nuclear power facility or something that is in the field. I think that would be great. And looking at the number of hearings that we conduct, it's almost impossible to keep up with without some more help. And so I certainly want to commend you for that, and would hope that we could move into that direction on some field hearings if it's approved.
Well, John Shimkus, if I, you know, we have 6 subcommittees, and John Shimkus is the able chair of the Energy, of the Environment and the Economy Subcommittee, and he is asked.
Who's the vice chair of that subcommittee?
It's a very important.
Okay,
guy.
I'll just check.
Very important guy. But he's asked if he could take some members out just to look at Yucca. It's been quite some time, and I went out there about 15 years ago when I chaired the Oversight Subcommittee. But it's, you know, again, I had, you know, without an increase, I have to say no.
Thank you both for your time and input, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. And again, we thank the chairman and the ranking member. You've been very informative, made a great presentation, very persuasive. Of course, we have a limited amount of funds, so we're going to take all of that into consideration and when we conclude here today and see where we can go with all of this. But again, we're going to give it every serious consideration. You've made an excellent presentation. Thank you. We'll get back to you. The committee now welcomes Chairman Shavitz and Ranking Member Cummings to the committee of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. I'd ask the official reporter to enter a page break into the hearing record as we begin a new section. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform has jurisdiction over the District of Columbia, the government procurement process, federal personnel systems, the Postal Service, and many, many, many other matters. But its primary responsibility is oversight of virtually everything that the government does, from national security to homeland security grants, from federal workforce policies to regulatory reform, from information technology procurements at individual agencies to government-wide data security standards. So I know they're going to have a very busy session. And before I recognize the chairman, I would just mention to you, as I have to most of the other committee chairs and ranking members as well, both the Republican and Democrat members of your staffs were very, very helpful to our staffs when we were trying to gather up all of our information to be prepared for your presentation here today. So we certainly are very appreciative of that. And I think we've got most of your info here, and I would recognize Chairman Shavitz.
Oh, thank you, Chairman, and thanks to the Ranking Member Brady. I really do appreciate it. Pleased to be here representing the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, along with my friend and colleague, the Ranking Member Elijah Cummings. Our mission is to ensure efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability of the federal government and all of its agencies. And as the primary oversight and investigative committee in the House, we provide a meaningful and often the only check on the role and the power of the executive branch. Genuinely good government oversight requires a commitment to expose mismanagement, waste, fraud, and abuse. We identify problems, shine light on them, propose reforms to improve efficiency and effectiveness and the transparency of the government. We are called the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, and for a reason we need to work even harder and do more on the government reform side of things. This Congress, we are reorienting the committee's focus to function through and with our 6 subcommittees. Our goal is to grow the organization's capacity and ability to perform its constitutional oversight and investigative duties beyond what we've been able to accomplish in the past. The committee's new structure will also allow us to strengthen our relationships with the oversight partners that we have at the Government Accountability Office and throughout the community of 72 inspectors general who at their disposal have more than 13,000 people. We rely heavily on the GAO with thousands of employees. We rely heavily on the inspectors general, again 72 of them employing more than 13,000 people. We gather that information. It's very pivotal for us when they're able to do their work, we're able to do our work. Mr. Cummings and I will continue the committee's practice of being a safe haven for these inspectors general. Billions of dollars are wasted each year by the federal government, and the inspectors general are the taxpayers' first line of defense. We want to ensure that they are able to perform their duties efficiently and without interference. We are committed to redoubling the committee's efforts on reform. It isn't enough to only put a spotlight on the failures of government. We intend to help close the loop and do so as much as possible in a bipartisan way. I've asked my members on the committee and the committee staff to look at each problem we encounter through the lens of authorizing and appropriating committees. To truly do our work, we've got to work with the committees of authorization and the appropriators, and that triangulation, as I call it, I think can lead to better success on both sides of the aisle. The committee currently has 45 members, and we have grown and expanded. I know on the majority side we have 9 freshman members. As has been the case since the 108th Congress, our minority receives 33% of staff and budget funds to be used at the discretion of the ranking member. In our budget request, we are not asking for any increases. We propose to continue to operate at the current levels, both with respect to funding and staffing. I'm sure like every committee, we'd like to have an increase, but the budget that we had put forward and the plan that we have has us at similar to what we had in the past. In recent years, the committee has absorbed significant budget cuts, but has nonetheless played a very meaningful role in the largest and most important oversight initiatives facing the Congress. It's an honor and privilege for me to serve as the chairman. And with that, Madam Chair, I would yield back and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes Ranking Member Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Chairman Miller, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee. I want to thank you for this opportunity today. The Oversight Committee is beginning a new chapter. With Representative Chaffetz and our chairman, we are embarking on the 114th Congress with many new positive changes I'm very glad to report. For example, the chairman has directed his staff to work in a more bipartisan way to conduct our committee's investigations. He has adopted policies to solicit significant input from the minority, and he has listened to our concerns and comments. In addition, he now has a standing policy for staff to work with our staff on drafting committee letters, allowing us to review them before they go out. I cannot begin to tell you how much this is a breath of fresh air. On our side, we have been able to respond to these improvements by supporting the chairman's investigations much more strongly because we have input and we are being respected. Although it is only February, we've already agreed to sign dozens of request letters on a truly bipartisan basis. We have announced committee hearings jointly I've signed numerous witness invitations with the chairman, and we have held bipartisan meetings with the White House and federal agencies. In turn, Chairman Chaffetz has been open to ideas that we raise. Just this week, for example, we sent a joint letter from me and Chairman, along with the Chairman and Ranking Member of the National Security Subcommittee, asking for a legal justification behind a recent decision by the Department of Defense to start classifying information about spending in Afghanistan that previously had not been classified. We brought this request to the chairman, and he agreed to join because we are starting to build greater trust between our two sides, and this is the way I believe that Congress should operate and the American people want us to operate. Going forward, we have also agreed to adopt a document protocol, which is something the parliamentarian strongly recommends, and our staffs are working on that now. We are also marking up our oversight plan at a business meeting later today, and we are working to ensure that it will reflect the priorities of not just Republicans or Democrats, but of the American people. The American people want to know that we've got their back. And I've said to the chairman, and I'm sure he agrees, is that not only must we investigate, not only must we reform, not only must we make sure that government works effectively and efficiently, but at the end of every day, we should have done something to improve the lives of the people that sent us here. Finally, the chairman and I also agree very strongly on preserving our committee's limited budget, which has been cut repeatedly. Over the past 4 years, our budget has been reduced by more than $2 million, a cut of more than 20%. And I agree with the chairman. I just want to hold the line. I don't want our budget reduced from what it has been. I know my staff very much appreciated the 1% increase we received last year, but the fact of the matter is that we simply cannot sustain these kinds of cuts without affecting our core mission of rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. So today, I urge you to recognize the unique nature of the Oversight Committee, which saves the American taxpayers far more than it spends. I ask that you help us fulfill our critical mission and role and fund us at the levels that will allow us to hire the necessary staff, keep talented and experienced individuals, and continue rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And let me just say at the outset, as you mentioned, some of the various statistics you were looking at with your staff ceiling of 118 and you're averaging 98 positions filled, we are very aware of the kinds of cuts that all of the committees, quite frankly, have taken over the last couple of cycles, yours as well. And I just give you this to give you a flavor of what has happened really here in the House, where we really have taken to heart trying to be fiscally conservative and cutting our respective members' budgets as well as the House committees as well. We actually, since 2010, the House committees have taken a 15% reduction, while the Senate, God love them, on the other side here, has had flat funding during all of that time, while we've taken 15%. And we are, a separate branch of government with oversight responsibilities, and yet we have really hobbled ourselves. And actually, the executive office has had a 30% increase during much of that time. So I just point those out because what you're saying and what we have heard from the other chairman and ranking members is absolutely true. Now, I'm appreciative, I know we all are, of the fact that you've asked for level funding because we have such a finite amount of funds. This committee last week had a full day of listening to about half the committee chairs and ranking members last week, and we hope to finalize all of that today, and then we're going to really sit down and see what we need to do, what we think we can do. And let me just ask you a question. If we were able to give you a little bit of extra cash, and we're not promising that, but if we were able to do that, and I would ask the chairman first, what would you really look at staff, or you thinking about field hearings, or what specifically, if we could give you, and I'm not sure, I'm not going to throw a number out because I don't know what that would be, but if we were able to plush you up a bit, what would you look at?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Personnel is the number one issue. We have such a broad swatch of responsibility. Keep in mind, between the GAO and the IG community, they issue thousands of reports. We're also, with the administration in the first 4 years, it's actually a number that was lower than some previous administration, but there were more than 13,000 rules that were introduced. Somebody needs to look at that, and we need professional staff in order to look at that. I do think we also need more investigators that can get out in the field. So part of that would probably go to some travel, because if you're truly, everything doesn't happen here in Washington, D.C., and it does take personnel in a bipartisan way for that staff to go out and do and conduct some of those investigations and speak with people. Third on that list would probably be some field hearings, which I think are very warranted. For instance, we have an interior subcommittee. We're dealing with oil, gas, EPA issues. A lot of that happens out west. And it's very difficult to have those hearings and really see, feel, touch, understand, and hear from locals when you're dealing with interior issues. So those are just a couple of examples off the top of our head, but personnel would be right at the top of the list to fill those investigative needs. And to truly read the reports, when somebody goes and spends a year of their life investigating something, we think have a duty and responsibility to digest that and make the most of it, because those recommendations in large part are just going up on a shelf. They're not being heeded.
When I took responsibility of the committee a few years ago, I came in and we were cut. We were cut at that time, and literally we reduced our people's salaries, some of them by 10%. And these are hardworking people, many of them with children, having a very difficult time. So I'm always looking at ways to make sure that people are properly compensated. But in addition to all the things that the chairman just said, I agree with all of that. And staff is just, to me, number one. We get a lot of, we have a lot of investigations going on. We need quality people. We need to be able to keep quality people. And I'll tell you, if there's anybody in this Congress that fights harder for employees of the government, it's me, because I see what they go through, and I see the flack that they take over and over again, particularly in my committee. And so, again, I'm looking for quality people, people who are dedicated with a passion, and who want to be about the business of doing the kind of things that we're trying to achieve here.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brady.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's a big difference from 2 years ago when you came here for all of us, you know, and it's refreshing. But I'm a little confused, which is not hard to do, but if you give us a statement on why and who and where you and how you would spend that money, if we got more money for you, why didn't you ask for more?
Well, we understood that these are tough, difficult times. We put forward a budget we thought would be reasonable. I'm brand new to this chairmanship, but there is certainly a need, but this is the one that we put forward.
Let me say this. I think, you know, one of the things that I talk about a lot in my district is low expectations, and how so often we predict that something is not going to happen. So, and if you don't think it's going to happen, it's not going to happen if you don't try. So I think that, to be frank with you, I came in here saying to myself, we've got to hold the line, what we've got, because I've seen the trend, and the trend is downward. So I think, in part for me, it was that I didn't want to come in here and insult the committee. I wanted to make sure that we at least got what we have, because I didn't want to go down. That's a very straightforward answer.
All due respect, all the other committees have been insulting us then, because they're all asking for some more money.
Well, we'll take it, I can tell you that.
Well, when we present this and, you know, and try to fight for people that are asking for money, we got to, you know, we have to fight for you, and it seems to me that you're not fighting for yourself. I mean, I don't know if you're going to go to school on me or not, but, you know, you should put some requests there for some more money, because then you come into the category of people that are asking for more money and some people that are not. The people that are not are just going to be kind of like dismissed. And I do believe, and I do know what you do, and I'm really pleased to have this discussion with you and have your presentation altogether different. You weren't here than it was 2 years ago. And really glad to hear that you're working together because it's an important function that you do. We really like to see you get the wherewithal to make sure you can do your job. That was just a little bit of confusion on my part. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank my ranking member, and I would just point out that it's been about half and half. We've had about half the committees have asked for level funding. The other half have asked for a bit of an increase, some a little more than others. But one thing, and I know the ranking member and I share this, just because you didn't ask for an increase and really tried to hold level funding, we're not going to hold that against you. Okay, we'll take that into consideration as well. And obviously, as a new chair as well, just trying to get your arms around. Of course, you've been on the committee a long time, but really now, really looking at staff and all these kinds of things. So we, as I say, we're very aware, and I read you the statistics here, just because I think it's interesting to see how much the House has taken our own hit, right? We've hit ourselves on all of this, and yet we really have hobbled ourselves on our ability to conduct oversight, which is our mission also. So with that, I don't know if there's
Madam
any...
Chair,
yes.
Just to add to that, just to agree with her, that's why we wanted to get you on the record to say that if you did get more money, what you would do with it.
Yes.
Yeah, we want more money.
All right. Thank you very much,
Thank you
gentlemen.
all.
We will get back to you. We'll give it every consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I now recess the hearing, and the committee will reconvene subject to the call of the chair after votes, I think. Thank you. Okay, the committee will be called back to order, and the committee now welcomes Chairman Thornberry and Ranking Member Smith of the Committee on Armed Services. I'd ask the official reporter to enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section. The Committee on Armed Services has jurisdiction over our defense policy, generally our ongoing military operations, the organization and reform of the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy, our counter-drug programs, our acquisition and industrial base policies, and the Department of Energy's non-proliferation programs, and detainee affairs and policies. And we want to thank both the chairman and the ranking member for being here. And before I do recognize you, let us just say that both of your staffs, or all of your staff, was very, very helpful with our staff when we were trying to gather information for us to be prepared to discuss your requests here today. So we're certainly very appreciative of that. And I think we have all the information that you gave us. And at this time, the chair would recognize Chairman Thornberry for his presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you and the distinguished ranking member for having Mr. Smith and I. I think both of us are fully aware of the budget situation facing the federal government and thus Congress, and I certainly endorse the push to make better use of our taxpayer dollars. On our committee, as Mr. Brady well knows, we are also aware of the security situation facing our country, our military, and thus our committee. There has been testimony in front of Congress that we have not faced such a wide array of serious threats to our national security since at least the end of World War II, and some people believe ever. And so those things range from newly resurgent nuclear states to the terrorism we all see on the news, to even things like Ebola, where it was the military that was sent to try to contain this naturally occurring disease, but at the cost of some millions of dollars. And so the Constitution puts on the Congress, and thus on our committee, a significant responsibility for helping provide, to build the armed forces that are needed to meet the security needs of the country. And I guess one key point I'd like to leave you with is, with so many diverse threats facing our country, that puts a lot of work on our committee. For me, I believe it is essential that reform be a major element of what our committee does. And by that, I mean personnel reform. We just received a report of a commission to look at the total scope of pay and benefits which go to our military folks, and they have a number of recommendations for reform. I mean acquisition reform, how the military buys goods and services, which not only is more expensive and takes longer than it should, but does not give us the sort of agility we need to deal with adversaries that move very quickly. Reform also means organizational reform and reducing overhead. These are major areas that if Congress doesn't push, it's not going to happen. So at least as far as the majority staff, I want to have 5 people devoted exclusively to reform. And that's what it's going to take in order for us to do the work to prod the Department of Defense to make these changes. Again, unlike other departments in the government, if Congress doesn't do it, reform is not going to happen with the Department of Defense. History has shown that from Goldwater-Nichols, the most prominent recent example, but the whole history from the National Security Act of 47, et cetera, is that it was Congress that had to make the changes. And to make those changes, it's going to take more resources. So essentially where we are is that we've got to choose, with the current rate of funding, we've got to choose between doing the reform or doing the oversight and our regular work. Just a reminder about what our regular work is. It's oversight of half the discretionary budget of the federal government. It means that for the last 53 years, we have passed and the President has signed into law a National Defense Authorization Act. Last year, that NDAA had 800 provisions. It authorized over $600 billion. It had 270 amendments offered in the committee markup, and 325 amendments were offered on the floor. That's our regular business. And without more resources, we got to choose basically between our regular business and doing the reform effort. There's a number of specific issues that we can talk about, needs, including, by the way, classified phones. I have never yet gotten a classified call in our committee spaces when it's gone through with less than 4 attempts. Now, the people at the Pentagon get tired of trying to call you if you keep hanging up on them 4 or 5 times in a row. Just as an example about equipment deferrals that affect our operations that we have to pay attention to. One other fun fact, according to Google Analytics, if you look at our House Armed Services Committee website, the top 3 locations where people come and visit our website are Tehran, Beijing, and Moscow. Now, that's just the environment in which we have to operate, but it also shows the importance, I think, of the work we do. Meanwhile, we have the largest committee in Congress. We're the only committee in Congress that has more members than staff. Obviously, we've got the lowest ratio of staff to members, charged with overseeing half the discretionary budget at a time of unprecedented change. So my request is that we have an increase in our budget so that we can do our regular job in a time of unprecedented change, as well as the reforms that absolutely have to happen, and that comes with added people.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't say it much better than the chairman said it, so I'll try to be brief. But we do a lot of work on the committee, beginning with the fact that, we're the one committee that every year passes a bill, and Mac outlined it's no small piece of legislation. It goes through regular order, something that is unrecognizable in, I think, just about every other committee. But, we go through the committee process of all the amendments of the, 12, 15-hour markup, and then on the floor and forward, and it's the staff that's doing a lot of that work, figuring out what those amendments are, answering questions of members. It's a lot of work to get that done. And then, yes, we have the reform agenda, and then we do exercise an oversight function. I realize that the Government Oversight Committee has an Armed Services or a National Security branch, but we, in the last few years, I remember when I first came to Congress and was first a member of the committee back in the late 90s, this wasn't much of an issue. But now, Libya, ISIL, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran negotiations, all this stuff comes up, and we have to deal with it in addition to that piece of legislation that we work on every year that is so important. And the size of the committee that the chairman mentioned, and the fact that we are allotted 71 staff members at the moment. We can only afford 59. So that's just a long way of saying we need more money, I think, to adequately do the job that we're being asked to do, and it takes, give the staff members the support that they need, and particularly on the government reform agenda, as the chairman mentioned. We need to dedicate staff to that, and that's incredibly important right now in this budget environment. So I'll keep it to that and just otherwise concur in the statements of my chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, both of you, very much. We, in particular, when you're mentioning the staff, I was looking down at our notes that your staff had given us, that you've got a staff ceiling of 71, you've got an average of 63 positions filled. I would say this, you've asked for one of the highest increases of, our committee last week we went through about half the committees, the chair and the ranking members of the committees last week, and we're hopefully going to finish everything here today so that we have an opportunity to take a look at sort of our finite pie of dollars that we have and see where we think we can go and what we can do. We've had, just in full transparency, we've got about half the committees asking for level funding and others that are asking for a bit of an increase. Yours is a little bit higher than some, but you, as you say, you've articulated very well what what your needs are and why you're requesting what you have. And You know, I would just say this, just because I think it's interesting, because the House really, I think, has tried to be very fiscally conservative, not only with our own individual MRAs, but certainly with the committee structure as well. And everybody has not done the same thing here on the Hill. And I'll just point this out, because the House has actually, I had my staff get this together, since the 110th Congress, we've actually had a 15% reduction in the committees, 15%. And the Senate, God love them, has actually had a 4% increase during that time. So not only did they not take any reduction, they actually have had a bit of an increase. And it makes a difference. We are equal, branches of government, and we do have our responsibilities for oversight, as both of you gentlemen have articulated very well. And I'll just make one other comment, because the executive office has actually had a 30% increase since '08. So we, on this committee, are giving every serious consideration to the proposal that you've made before us. I'm not sure what we're going to be able to do for you, but we certainly are, as I say, giving it every serious consideration. And you already have, I think, answered my question, but just specifically, if we were able to give you what you were looking at, or something in that ballpark, it's principally just staff that you're really looking to staff up for the oversight. I think Chairman mentioned you were looking at 5 positions in particular.
Yes, ma'am. And I might just mention that even if we got our full request, we would not be back to where we were in 2010. But just to give you a little feel for it, on the majority side, I've got 1 staff member oversees all aviation programs. Now, that is everything from the long-range bomber to the JSF F-35, the biggest acquisition program in history, to the A-10, what am I trying to say? The refuelers, the UAVs, that's 1 person. I've got 1 other person who does all Navy programs other than aviation. I just want you to get a sense for how thinly we are stretched. I've got 1 lawyer, and we're going to have a major responsibility to deal with this AUMF, even though it is not primarily in our jurisdiction, but yet how it affects the military, et cetera, that's in our job. So essentially, I've got a choice, and it's reform under the current resources. It's reform or the oversight, and there's no choice. We have to do reform, or it's not going to get done. So all of these different, programs are just not going to have the oversight. Now, maybe the Pentagon will like that, but I don't think we're doing the country very well.
Well, and I'm appreciative of that, particularly when you were mentioning about the acquisition reform. Sometimes you have to spend a dime to make a buck, really, and have the ability to make those kinds of reforms to the process. Goodness, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars. So, Mr. Smith, you have any comment at all?
Really, nothing to add to that.
Okay, very good. My ranking member, Mr. Brady.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, as you know, I'm on this committee, and I'm on Armed Service Committee, and I'm probably one of the most fortunate members of Congress, because I'm on 2 committees that are totally impartial. I mean, they work together extremely well. The members do. Not sure I know all the members and who they are. I know most of the staff members, and they never treat me, I don't know, other than the way I see them sitting right now, I don't know who they work for. I mean, they work for us, whether it be the Republican side or the Democratic side. They're always ready and able to do the best that they can to answer any questions that we have. It's a completely bipartisan committee with members and with staff. And I'd like to echo what the chairman and ranking member do say. It's hard to keep these kind of people, the dedicated people that we do have, because I think every one of them that I know of, they could probably do much better on the outside. But because they're dedicated and they're committed to what we do on that committee, which keeps them there. And not only are we cutting them pay or keeping them the same, hopefully not cutting, and it's hard to attract any new people to come to work, because we're not being able to adequately pay them, and we're giving them a whole lot of work to do. But they're dedicated, and I couldn't think of any other committee, and naturally I'm biased, that we can hopefully look at and try to come up with whatever we come up with to be able to adequately let you do your job on that committee, a real important committee. So I thank you for what you do, and it's an honor and pleasure to be serving with you on that committee also. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Thornberry and Ranking Member Smith. You mentioned the communications issues that you're having. And just for my reference, is the House Telecom office the office that sets up the classified lines, or does that go through another entity?
It's the House Security Office, really, that should be responsible for secure telephones. And we don't have a lot. We have limited SCIF, Sensitive Compartment Information Facility space. But our phones that we use for classified calls are so old and so out of sync with what the Pentagon has that they just don't work, as I say, 4 out of 5 times. And it's never the first 4 when it does work. And you know, I can give you other examples. As gentleman knows, I'm new to this job. And so when I start looking at the budget and walking around all the offices, looking at the equipment and so forth, frankly, I was shocked. I don't know how the former chairman and Mr. Smith and the staff directors have done what they've done. Our staff has not had a COLA or a merit increase in 5 years. And then we have these equipment issues that just adds to the frustration of their job. I'm amazed, really. They've held it together.
And just in talking about the COLA issue, the one other issue that we have not brought up yet is for a couple of years, I think previous year, our staff members 2 years ago had to take furlough days, had to take pay cuts, because, we just, I don't think any other committee actually did that because they had room in their budget. We didn't have any room in our budget. So not only has our staff not received any COLAs or any pay increases, but a number of those staff actually had to take furlough days up to, I think it was like 15 or 20 days out of the year. So they took a pay cut 2 years ago as a result of that. That's just, the pressure we're under given the amount of money we have and the amount of work that there is to be done.
Well, I'm sympathetic. I'm new to this job too here, but I'm not new to the House operations, being a staffer for 16 years, and that's why I'm asking the questions about who would be responsible, because that falls back on our committee to make sure that they're responsive to you if they're under our jurisdiction. And I'm sympathetic to the communications issues, and the reason why I'm asking is I see that you're going to be able to take a lot of this increase, or proposed increase if you were to get it, and bring on new staff, make sure that the existing staff you have are up to the standards that we know need to exist on your committee. My fear is that under your telecommunications, under your communications budget request, that might not be enough to actually upgrade your telecom equipment. And I want to know if there's anybody that's estimated so that we can make sure that you have the ability to do that, because frankly, I'm offended the Pentagon has anything better than us, especially a telephone.
Just to clarify, we're not talking about replacing the whole phone system. The Intelligence Committee is a different thing. They have a lot more classified phones down in their SCIF spaces in the basement of the Visitor Center. We only have a handful of these classified phones inside our conference rooms that are SCIF. I can't tell you off the top of my head what that cost would be. It's not huge. But I guess I cite it because, number one, it uses an incredible amount of time while you're trying to get a call through. And secondly, it's an example of what has had to happen over the last few years just because things have not been able to be upgraded.
And just, I'm going to yield back the balance of my time real quick. I know we're going to votes, but could you have your staff get back to me on the procurement process for this? I'm just trying to make sure I understand the process.
I think it's the security office that is responsible for it, but I will get back to you once I get
Thank you. I
Thank
yield
you,
back.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Nugent.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome again, to see you again. I just saw you a little bit ago. And I echo the same comments Mr. Brady makes in regards to this committee. The bipartisanship actually has been really refreshing on armed services. And, just to give everybody an idea, the breadth of what armed services does, it's, all the armed services of the United States, but it's about the security of this nation. And we have to make decisions, budgetary decisions we'll be doing on the NDA, there's a lot of things that we have to do, but one of them, though, is so staff-driven. The information that we get, and you're right, I don't know Republican staff versus the Democratic staff, because everybody is helpful to all the members on the committee. And I guess yesterday, first ever, I hate to call it a retreat because, you don't ever talk about retreat, but yesterday we had a retreat for the first time that I'm aware of, where we actually talked about issues that are going to be facing us and how can we deal with those in the future. And we had some pretty sharp folks come in a classified setting and unclassified setting to tell us where we need to go. And it really convinced, I think, a lot of members maybe who were unsure of how we should move forward and what the cost is to actually do what we need to do to keep America safe. And the threats are so diverse. So this committee, everybody's bitten a bullet to say in regards to reducing staff and reducing staff costs. But at the end of the day, I'm fearful that everyone on the Armed Services Committee, whether it's working conditions, whether it's a telephone that works or doesn't work, but at the end of the day, it is about, how do I support my family? And, these guys and gals could go out into the real world and make probably a whole lot more money. But I think what keeps them here is their loyalty to this country and their loyalty to actually coming up with a product that makes America safer, not weaker. And I think this is a request that really should be taken into account. Of all the things that we do, and everything that we do is important, to diminish no committee, but this is one that you got to get it right. This is the one that has the actual ability, if we get it wrong, to have a direct impact on everything else that we do, everything else that's important to us in this country, whether it's a social program or anything else. If we don't get it right in this committee, that will degrade everything else that we want to do and the prosperity of this country, because what we can do and the projection of force that we talk about does make us more prosperous. It opens up markets and keeps markets open for us that we wouldn't have without a strong and vibrant military. But to get to that is about oversight. And, the chairman's talked about, acquisition reform and getting the Pentagon to be responsive and it not being a rubber stamp for the Pentagon. And I think that is the biggest thing that I always felt. Sometimes it's just like, well, we got to do it because they asked. Well, no, we're the civilian oversight of the Pentagon to make sure that the dollars that the American public pony up every year is going and getting the best bang for our buck. And I think that's where the oversight portion of this committee is so important, more important than a lot of other committees, I personally think. So I just want to be on record that I think that this committee of all should really get the request that is being asked for. I don't see it as being just parochial to the Armed Services Committee, but I do think it's important to this whole country. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
I thank both these gentlemen who are on the House Armed Services Committee for their strong advocacy for this committee, and the chair recognizes Ms. Comstock.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to echo the emphasis of my colleagues on how important this committee is. So I do appreciate the nature in which you're working on it and the important, with all the challenges we have facing us. So thank you for your leadership on this. And I, too, would agree with Mr. Nugent's suggestions that this is going to be one of the most important things we do over the next several years. And I know in my district how important this is and how I hear from the defense community all the time. And so I'm happy to work with you on any of these issues. Thank you.
I thank both the gentlemen for coming. As I say, well, obviously you've got some great support here, and no wonder. But it is a rather a bit of a request that you're asking for, and we are going to look at it very closely, and certainly am well aware of what all challenges the world is facing, our country is facing, and the kinds of responsibilities that your committee has. We want to make sure we can resource you to the optimal that we have the available funds to. So we will get back to you. But thank you very much for coming, and we appreciate it. The committee now welcomes Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Thompson of the Committee on Homeland Security. I'd ask the official reporter to enter a page break into the hearing record as we begin a new section. Established in 2002, the Committee on Homeland Security has jurisdiction to provide congressional oversight for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and to better protect the American people against a possible terrorist attack. And much of what they do, of course, is unknown depending on circumstances around our nation and around the globe, certainly, and I'm very pleased to be able to serve on this committee as well. So I'm familiar with the workings of the committee, and I would just say to both the chairman and the ranking member that both the Republican and Democratic staff on the committee were very helpful to our staffs when we were trying to put all of our information together so that we were prepared to hear your presentation today. So we're very appreciative of that. And with that, we're going to be voting, I guess, in about 10 minutes, so we should have plenty of time to get through here, and I would ask Chairman McCall.
Madam Chair, thank you for inviting me and the ranking member. Thank you, Ranking Member Brady, for this opportunity to testify this afternoon on the work and goals of the Committee on Homeland Security. Pleased to be sitting next to my ranking member, who's equally committed to the national security of this nation and has been a good partner in that effort. This committee faces, I believe, continuous and growing resource constraints in light of the dynamic security threats, recent world events, and key national policy debates. We expect this threat environment to become more challenging over the next Congress. Our committee is at the forefront of overseeing the U.S. government's response to an alarming rise in homegrown and foreign terrorist threats, meeting the challenge of securing America's borders, countering the acute increase in cyber attacks against the United States government and private sector networks, and especially in light of the Sony and Anthem attacks this last month. The confluence of these challenges has placed a noticeable strain on our committee's resources. We've been charged with responding to the surging threat of domestic radicalization and the threat from foreign fighter terrorists that I just came out of a hearing with the ranking member talking about that very issue. Both issues have become more pressing in wake of the attacks in Paris, Sydney, Ottawa, and Nigeria, and the disruption of terrorist plots here in the United States. In fact, I believe there have been over 15 ISIS plots, many successful, many not. But this trend is not going to decrease, in my judgment, it will increase. The 113th Congress was productive. We held almost 100 hearings, 8 field hearings, passed 31 bills, and 28 considered and passed on the House floor. Most importantly, we had, for the first time, cyber legislation, landmark cyber legislation that was passed. More important than the numbers is the impact the legislation oversight will have on the nation. Our chemical facilities will be better protected, travelers will not be overcharged by TSA, and nation's veterans will be treated with dignity and respect that they deserve at our airports. Additionally, the cyber threat information will be enhanced and improved, and the workforce will be strengthened to combat this threat. In the 113th, it became clear to this committee and to the department itself that it's not, DHS is not optimally organized and equipped to deal with the escalation and security challenges. DHS has never been reauthorized by Congress since it was established in 2002. To me, that's an amazing statement that I don't think many members of Congress are aware of, that this department has never been reauthorized by the United States Congress. DHS badly needs legislative fixes. It's one of the highest priorities of the committee to draft and enact the first ever DHS reauthorization that will allow us to implement these much needed reforms at the department. In the 114th, the committee will launch a concerted effort to reauthorize, as I stated. This undertaking is of major national security significance and will include the following: a full review of Homeland Security Act, briefings with all of DHS's main offices, development of new authorizing legislation and appropriate reforms for each of the DHS components, close coordination through the process with House committees sharing jurisdictional interest, which, as the chairwoman knows, is a challenge of this jurisdiction because of the jurisdictional problems that we face. It'll involve close coordination with the Senate, the markup of authorization through regular order. This will take a council to work full-time on the activity on both the majority and minority sides. And with additional funds, we will be able to hire these personnel. The committee has created a long-term investigations unit that's already launched a handful of investigations that will be completed and released in 2015. In fact, we announced at this morning's hearing the creation of a task force to investigate both foreign fighters traveling abroad and also the homegrown violent extremists. This growth of lawless terrorist safe havens is a threat to the homeland. We will also be investigating cybersecurity, a biological attack preparedness and response, and also waste, fraud, and abuse within the department. Finally, in an October 26 article in Politico, Leader McCarthy stated that the House committee should be doing far more field work. I agree with him. I just recently visited the 9/11 Museum in New York, which I would recommend to all the committee members, and they have agreed to open up their facility for a field committee hearing. But as this committee knows, that will also take more resources. Field work is essential to gathering data to conduct rigorous oversight, have the right policy questions, and inform legislation. In order to fulfill the mission of this committee and accomplish these priorities, we're requesting a marginal increase of 1.7 next year over our 113th authorized level. If granted, we would primarily focus these on the key hires that I mentioned. And in addition to personnel compensation and field work, we are requesting only minimal changes to funding for other categories. So I know our time is limited. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear here before you today to talk about the great work of this committee. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the chairman. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you very much, Chairman Miller, Ranking Member Brady. I am in full agreement with my chairman's earlier statements. It is no question that the cuts of 2011, 2012, and 13 with the Committee on Homeland Security's budget was a problem. And part of what we have here today with this request for additional funding so we can, in effect, conduct the committee's business. Our biggest challenge is several, Madam Chair. Our enemy is not the enemy we started with. We have to have good staff. We have to conduct good work. We have to have the ability to travel, to do field hearings. All those things require resources. The chair and I have historically managed the money very well of the committee. We've even, in our field hearings, reduced the number of staff going on the hearings to try to make sure we stay within the budget. But a lot of those reductions have not allowed us to really do effective committee work. So what you have before you today is a request for a small increase. We could do more, but we recognize the times we're in. Cybersecurity, a major effort for this committee. We passed 3 bills as we were going out last session. We will leave this meeting and go meet with our Senate counterparts to talk about cybersecurity today. We need the resources to make sure that we can bring the talent on to address that threat here. The issue with the Secret Service and the fact that there are some lapses that have gone on in service that we need to address that also. But more importantly, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, is we have to retain good talent and we have to attract good talent. And in order to do that in this environment, you have to pay staff. And so part of what we're trying to do is to the best we can stay current with what the marketplace bears. And in order to do that, we have to have the resources to do it. So the chair and I are in complete agreement with this budget request, and I look forward to any questions that might come.
Thank you, gentlemen, both of you, sincerely for coming here before us today. And I was taking some notes here as you were talking, but it is true in regards to the staff. You had a ceiling of 75, I think, for the committee. We've had an average of 68 positions filled, so the ability to do oversight, the ability to do authorizing, as was mentioned, whether you just authorizing the Department of Homeland Security, which has never been done, or Customs and Border Patrol protection, or Border Patrol, or ICE, or any of these kinds of things that the committee is going to be looking at this year, is so of such marquee importance, I think. And just to let you know, as we look at, first of all, our committee, all of last week, during last week, went through about half the committees where the chairman, the ranking members were making their pitch, and today we just have 2 more after you, so then we're going to be really looking at how much funds we actually have, the amount of funding that we have available, and then trying to resource as we can to the very best of our ability. But I just point these numbers out because I think they're very instructive because the House really has done everything that we can to be fiscally conservative, I think, not only within our own members and their MRAs, the individual members' MRAs, but particularly in the committees, because The House committees, since the 110th Congress, have had a 15% decrease. 15% decrease that everybody has pretty much absorbed. And the Senate committees, God love them, have actually, in the same time period, had a 4% increase, while we've taken a 15% decrease. And yet we have, some very similar responsibilities for oversight, et cetera, et cetera. And as I say, the executive office actually has had a 30% increase since '08, which, whatever, just point that out. It's really a stark contrast. So I guess my question, and I think the chairman probably answered it in his testimony, but if we were able to give you the amount of increase that you're really looking for, specifically what you might utilize that for, and I think you said probably principally staff and maybe a bit field hearings as well?
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair. I think that, and I think the ranking member gave an excellent presentation on the, if I could just back up, like you and I have been on this committee for me, 10 years. I've never seen the threat environment higher than I do today since 9/11. And with that comes the responsibility of the committee and the oversight that the responsibilities of the committee has. Specifically to address your question, we believe the additional counsel to get a reauthorization bill through the Congress will be vitally important. As you know, we share jurisdiction more than any other committee. I think in the case of this committee, with 5 other committees of jurisdiction, that's going to require be a parliamentary challenge to get this bill through. And the Speaker has told me this is the highest priority for the committee to get DHS reauthorized for the first time, and that will take additional counsel. In addition, we have launched these investigations that I believe are very important to the American people to close security gaps of the threats that these foreign fighters pose, who have 50,000 ISIS, 20,000 foreign fighters, 5,000 Western passports, many of whom can go through Europe without a visa into the United States. Hundreds of Americans have traveled into Iraq and Syria, and we have a rough, odd, a number that was talked about today at the hearing, but you don't know what you don't know. And these investigations, I think, will be very important to not only fill in these security gaps, but protecting the American people, along with the homegrown violent extremists who can radicalize over the internet. And I don't believe this administration is paying enough attention to that piece, and this committee, I believe, is making that front and center as well. So an additional investigator would help, and I think the field hearings as well. But we're seeing really, to sort of echo my colleagues' points, I mean, border security, the threat from foreign fighters and homegrown radicalization, and the cyber threat I can't underestimate. This committee is going to be front and center in the cyber debate. Homeland Security, I believe, is going to be the lead agency as a civilian portal to the private sector. And we have to make sure that this committee can function properly to get this piece done right. It's very, very important to the nation. And I have to be honest, to ranking member's point, we just lost our staff director on the Cyber Security Committee. It's very difficult and we've lost staff, not to other committees, because I think it's a very, interesting time for the committee, but we've lost it to the private sector, particularly on cyber security, where somebody that gets good experience in our committee can double or quadruple their salary. So I think that is becoming a growing field and threat to the United States that this committee needs to be fully equipped to deal with.
Mr. Thompson, do you have anything to add?
Well, the only thing I can add, Madam Chair, is the chairman's correct. We have to have the complement of staff necessary to address all the threats that we come in contact with. Those threats are growing, and in order to be prepared, we need to have staff and equipment and the ability to do the necessary work to keep America safe. And we can't do homeland security on the cheap. The public is clearly supportive of the mission of this department, And what we have to do is further refine the mission, make it cost effective, but security is an investment that up to this point the public is willing to make.
Very good. My ranking member, Mr. Brady?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just thank you for the job you do in keeping our homeland safe. And I would assure you that the chair of this committee would do everything that she can, and I would like to join her in doing that to try to make sure that you have all you need, the wherewithal, to keep keeping us safe. So thank you, and thank you for the job that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida. Gentlelady from Virginia. Very well. All right, gentlemen, we sure appreciate your attendance here today and your attention from your committee staffs and yourselves to the detail of what your requests are. And again, we're going to take a look at everything, obviously, in an aggregate and see where we can go here. But I am well aware of what the committee does and the challenges that we're facing from a staffing level and oversight, et cetera. So I appreciate it, and we'll get back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll now recess the hearing, and the committee will reconvene subject to the call of the chair, which will be immediately following our votes. Committee now welcomes Chairman Hensarling and Ranking Member Waters on the Committee of Financial Services. I'd ask the official reporter to please enter a page break in the hearing record to begin a new section. The House Committee on Financial Services has jurisdiction over issues pertaining to the economy, the banking system, housing, insurance, and securities and exchanges. Additionally, the committee also has jurisdiction over monetary policy, international finance, international monetary organizations, and effort to combat terrorist financing. The committee certainly welcomes both the chairman and the ranking member, and before I recognize you, Mr. Chairman, let me just say to both of you that your committee staffs, your respective committee staffs, were very, very helpful to our staffs when we were trying to get all the information gathered together so we'd be prepared for your presentation today, so we're appreciative of that. And with that, the chair recognizes Chairman Hensarling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Miller, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee, Ranking Member Waters and I are pleased to appear before you on behalf of the Financial Services Committee. Certainly, I believe that the Congress must always lead by example in matters of budgeting, especially in times of historically high debt. I know the members of this committee have to make many important and tough decisions about the allocation of resources and budgeting limits, just as we do on our particular committee. To help you in this effort, I'm here to explain the committee's priorities and discuss how we plan to use the valuable resources, hopefully to better serve taxpayers, citizens, and the members of our committee. Chairman Miller, as you just delineated, our Financial Services Committee does have a broad jurisdiction, including the entire U.S. financial system. Indeed, this does include our banking system, our capital markets, our housing finance system, insurance, monetary policy, and international finance. From Main Street to Wall Street, there are very few financial transactions that are not impacted by the jurisdiction of this committee. Among the agencies that we have the responsibility to oversee include the Federal Reserve, the Securities and Exchange Commission, Department of Housing and Urban Development, the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection, and many other components of the Department of Treasury. We are one of the largest standing committees of the House with 36 Republicans, 26 Democrats. We have a few dozen committed staffers whose salaries comprise the vast majority of our committee's budget, as I think you have already observed. We work to make sure that the agencies, under our jurisdiction, treat the taxpayers' dollars with respect, because after all, it is not their money and it is not our money, it is the taxpayers' money. As I testified before you in the last Congress, just like every American family, we have to prioritize our spending just like they do. So in the last Congress, we readjusted our spending to accommodate the sequestration cuts by combining two subcommittees, longstanding subcommittees, into one to streamline the workload. We did, however, delay a number of equipment purchases and IT investments. We have put off a number of important long-term staff hires. In addition to those actions, you are well acquainted, Chairman Miller, because you in this whole committee was helpful, but we had to reprioritize our spending in mid-Congress to accommodate essential hearing room renovations after numerous and embarrassing audio and visual failures of equipment that had grown antiquated. While we are very pleased to have the necessary renovation, mainly an AV system that actually works, I thank again the chair and all committee members for the assistance and excellent service that you and your staff have provided. And you need to know, though, that the uncertainty, surrounding the expenditures associated with those renovations did factor into our budgeting and spending decisions. So it made it very difficult for us to budget for staff hires, which is obviously a top priority for us in this Congress. I need not tell you the 2008 financial crisis was the worst since the Great Depression. It has exponentially increased the workload of this committee. Most believe that the underlying cause of the crisis falls within our committee's jurisdiction, as does the ultimate solution or prevention. And whether it's examining the role of Washington's housing policies, the government-sponsored enterprises, the Federal Reserve's monetary policies, We continue in our committee committed to addressing the root causes of this crisis and do everything we can to avoid yet another one. We believe that this Congress, Madam Chair and members, could be the busiest since the passage of Dodd-Frank in 2010. Whether you like it, whether you dislike it, it is clearly the most dramatic change to our nation's financial regulatory system since the New Deal. And the fact that nearly 5 years after its passage, regulators are still writing many of the mandated rules and regulations is at least testimony to its complexity. Dodd-Frank's 2,300 pages include more than 400 separate rulemakings. Again, every sector of our economy, every town, every pocketbook and wallet is going to be impacted by this historic legislation. So from manufacturers of the latest smartphones to families trying to buy or sell a home to single moms purchasing groceries with their credit cards, virtually no one in America is left untouched by this act. So while the other major law that has been passed in recent years, the Affordable Care Act, spans 3 committees of jurisdiction, our committee has sole responsibility for overseeing almost the entirety of Dodd-Frank's implementation. Therefore, to make sure that the law is properly implemented, we will and must continue to focus much of our energy and resources monitoring the implementation, making legislative changes where necessary, and exercising very robust and effective oversight under this dramatic piece of legislation. In addition, I need not tell you that although there have been improvements in our economy, that many millions and millions continue to suffer. Middle-income paychecks are smaller. Their bank accounts are smaller than they were 6 years ago. So our committee will continue to work on putting forward legislation to get America back to work, and we will continue to work to send dozens of bipartisan job creations bills to the committee. This also will take a lot of our particular focus. Regulatory relief for small businesses and entrepreneurs, since we know that entrepreneurial activity, regrettably, is at a generational low. Additionally, this year marks the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and we will take a thorough review of all of their programs. Just earlier today, we had Secretary Castro appear before our committee and thoroughly examine what the agency, the department has done. That will also take a lot of time and attention. In closing, our committee is hard at work on the priorities of the American people. With further resources, we think we'd be able to provide the manpower to propose even more policies that will help secure upward mobility and economic opportunity and financial independence to our constituents and hardworking taxpayers. Thus, we have submitted the request before you, and we thank you for the opportunity to testify, and at the appropriate moment, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Well, thank the chairman very much. And at this time, the chair recognizes the ranking member, Ms. Waters.
Before you today, along with Chairman Henselin, to discuss the budgetary needs of the Financial Services Committee. As ranking member of the Financial Services Committee, I'm very concerned about any proposed reduction in the committee's 2015 budget. The minority receives 1/3 of the staff slots and total budget, with total control over both categories. At the beginning of the 113th Congress, the committee sustained a 12% cut to its budget. We were able to weather the impact of that cut by limiting new hires and allowing for the natural attrition of staff. Unlike other committees, we avoided furloughing any staff. The lack of furloughs was positive for morale and helped to foster a collaborative working environment for staff. Today, I'm pleased to say that despite the budget cut, the committee has one of the finest, sharpest staffs on the Hill. They are experts in financial regulation, housing and community development programs, monetary policy, and a host of other issues. Despite our very responsible management of the committee budget, I'm very concerned that any reduction in funding will lead to the very kinds of furloughs and pay cuts that I have strove to avoid, thereby putting at risk the top-notch team of expert staff who implement the committee's legislative, policy, and oversight agenda. Full funding is also required to support that staff. Last Congress, we were able to replace our outdated committee servers. We also purchased new laptops and other equipment and authorized cell phone use for staff. These purchases were made as a result of the relocation of the committee staff to the O'Neill building. While the move is now complete, we do anticipate making additional purchases as the majority has promised to provide office space in the basement of the Rayburn building for Democratic committee staff, and that space would need to be outfitted with the appropriate technology so that staff can work effectively there. Moreover, we anticipate that the House will soon make a decision regarding support for the BlackBerry, as BlackBerries are used by our staff. Any change in House support of BlackBerries would require the purchase and maintenance of new smartphones. We would require funding to cover these costs in that eventuality. In lieu of a budget cut, I strongly recommend that the committee consider a budget increase for the Financial Services Committee. The chairman has requested a very modest 2% increase in the committee's budget for this year, and I support this request. My chairman has indicated that he will conduct aggressive oversight on many laws and agencies under the committee's jurisdiction, including the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, the Jumpstart of Our Business Startups, that is the Jobs Act, and the Biggert Waters Flood Insurance Reform Act. Dodd-Frank implementation will be of particular interest to the committee, as it involves many critical rulemaking initiatives across nearly a dozen agencies. While Dodd-Frank implementation will take up most of the committee's time, there are non-Dodd-Frank issues that demand the committee's time as well, such as the housing programs of the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the monetary policy of the Federal Reserve. In addition, at the beginning of this Congress, our committee rules were revised in order to grant our chairman unilateral subpoena authority. As the majority began several investigations last year, I anticipate the continuation of these investigations and the initiation of new investigations by the majority. Moreover, the House also voted at the beginning of the year to give our committee the authority to conduct depositions. Given that it was the will of the House to give the committee this new authority, it should be the will of the House to provide additional funding to help the committee properly use this authority. Again, the amount the chairman has requested is a very modest increase, but would result in a very significant positive impact on our committee's operations, especially given the new powers that the committee has been given. The issues faced by the Financial Services Committee are highly complicated, technical, and can be at times controversial. The requested increase in funding for the committee will improve our ability to conduct the appropriate oversight of these issues and to protect the American taxpayer. I thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you so much. We appreciate both of your testimony and all of the written materials that you've submitted to the committee as well. And, you know, actually our committee, all of last week, we got through about half the committees, and after you two, we only have one more committee to go through. We'll be through everyone. But it's interesting now, some of the committees have asked for level funding, some have asked for a small increase, some have asked for a bit more. And we are very, we're taking every one of these requests into, I say it in all sincerity, very serious consideration. And as you've mentioned, I was mentioning this to one of the other committee chairs because I think it's just an interesting number. When the House has tried to be so fiscally conservative in what we're doing, not only in our own personal MRAs, but within the committee structures as well. Since the 110th, the House committees have had actually a 15% reduction. Now, the Senate, God love them, have actually had a 4% increase since the 110th, and we've taken a 15% decrease, and the executive office has actually increased 30% since '08, and yet our big part of all of our responsibilities with all of our respective committees is oversight on the various agencies, all of these different things. And so I do think in many ways we have really hobbled ourselves in our ability to conduct the oversight that is required of us. So I would say this, I guess I would ask you, and the Chairman, I think both of you really have sort of articulated what you would use the increase for, but specifically, if we were able to grant you your request for what you're asking here, a various nominal increase, actually a little less than 2%, what you might use that for. And I'm not saying that we're going to be able to do that. When we complete our matters today, we will then go into our own discussions about the amount of money that we have available and what we may be able to do to resource the various committees optimally. And we would want to do that, obviously, with financial services as well, with all the unique challenges that you face. Would it be principally staff? Is that really, I noticed here that you've got a staff ceiling of 86 and your average positions filled 63. So you really are, I'm sure, struggling with that.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. If for nothing else, I had to come here to learn that God does love the Senate. I was curious at times, but yeah. If you posit it, Madam Chair, I'll take your word for it. To be serious, it would almost be exclusively in staff. When I became chairman, we have substantially less staff with the sequestration. Again, it's not just impacting our committee, I understand that. But the workload on our committee has increased precipitously due to the dramatic and historic nature of the Dodd-Frank Act. And again, most of the jurisdiction having to do with assuring that the next financial crisis does not occur. That is part of our committee's jurisdiction. So at a bare minimum, this would allow the majority side roughly a half a dozen new staffers. And when I say new, net, we've actually had a couple lured over to the other side of the Capitol. I do not understand why, but they were lured to the other side of the Capitol. But particularly in the area of financial institutions, we have a need for a chief counsel in that area. In many of our, again, I'm not here to debate the relative merits or demerits of the law, but there is a significant compliance challenge, particularly for community financial institutions. So we have staffing needs there. The housing finance system, we may not quite agree on the solution, but I think there is fairly bipartisan agreement that this system is broken and must be repaired. And so we hope that we will have a major initiative in this Congress. So we also have needs in the areas of our government-sponsored enterprises. Relatively speaking, we have beefed up our oversight staff, but we need to have better coordination between our policy leads and our oversight staff. So the short answer, Madam Chair, to your question is it's almost exclusively in staff because we have far fewer staff and we have a far greater workload than what we had just a few years ago.
Thank you. Ms. Waters, do you have any?
There we go. We're anticipating some new office space that has to be outfitted with the appropriate technology. A lot of renovation, it's going on, I guess, in the Rayburn building, I guess in other places also. And, you know, in moving our staff around, we have to make sure that, first of all, we get some space, and then we've got to make sure it's equipped properly in order to do the job that they need to do. So the technology is extremely important for us. The other thing, in addition to some additional perhaps staff support, because of the complexity of the oversight of Dodd-Frank and all that it touches on, I am very interested in some limited travel to financial centers. Working on the Financial Services Committee, it is absolutely important that our staffers are able to witness firsthand the operations of some of these financial centers. And so I would like very much to have included in our budget some limited travel so that we would be able to do that. So between technology, some increased staff, and travel, that's basically what we would use the money for.
Okay, I appreciate that. My ranking member, Mr. Brady? Nothing? We'll start with Mr. Nugent from Florida. Nothing? Mr. Davis? Ms. Comstock? No? Okay, very good. Well, again, we're very appreciative of your time and your assistance on this, and we will give it every consideration, and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee now welcomes Chairman Dent and Ranking Member Sanchez of the Committee on Ethics. I'd ask the official reporter to enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section. The House Committee on Ethics is the only standing committee of the House whose membership is evenly divided between each political party. Under House rules, the committee has the jurisdiction to administer travel, gift, financial disclosure, outside income, and other regulations, advise members and staff, issue advisory opinions, and investigate potential ethics violations. This committee is also authorized to enforce standards of conduct for members, officers, and employees, to investigate alleged violations of any law, rule, or regulation, and to make recommendations to the House for further action. And the committee as well has sole jurisdiction over the interpretation of the Code of Official Conduct. So we certainly welcome you both to our committee, and before I recognize Chairman Dent, I would just tell you both that your entire committee staff, I should say, equally divided, really has been we're very responsive to our staff here when we were trying to get all of our information together for your request, and so we're really prepared for your presentation today, so we're appreciative of all your committee staff. And with that, Chair would recognize Chairman Dent.
Well, thanks, Madam Chairman. Thank you for the kind words about the staff. They do a great job for us, and we're really lucky to have them. They're nonpartisan, too. But again, thank you, Chairman Miller, Ranking Member Brady, and other members of the committee who are here today. And I also want to thank you for inviting Ranking Member Sanchez and me to discuss the committee's efforts during past Congress and what we foresee as the challenges of the committee and the challenge that we're going to face in the 114th Congress. While we cannot provide details for the committee's work, most of which is confidential by House rule, we will be as frank as we possibly can. And while I'm a new chairman, this is my 7th year serving on the Ethics Committee. During my tenure on this committee, I've come to deeply appreciate the seriousness that my colleagues, both Republican and Democrat, bring to our responsibilities. The work of the committee is important and vital to the House and each of its members and employees and to the American public. The committee's work and financial needs are divided into 3 main functions. These are advice and education, financial disclosure review, and investigation and adjudication. Advice and education and financial disclosure review are primarily customer service efforts and are necessary and important to ensure that members and staff do not run afoul of the ethics rules, laws, and regulations that guide our conduct. Our staff works hard every day to answer questions and provide guidance on a wide range of issues that could land a member or staffer in trouble if not for the guidance they request and receive. In addition to the guidance and advice provided on a daily basis, our advice and education staff provide training to staff and members either through regularly scheduled training sessions or upon request. Our financial disclosure staff review all the annual disclosure statements as well as the more recently required periodic transaction reports, the PTRs that members and certain staff are required to file monthly. Our investigation and adjudication work is qualitatively different. In addition to accuracy and promptness, we strive for integrity, discretion, fairness in process, and a complete understanding of the facts. I've worked with the current staff for several years, and I'm very proud of the work they performed for the House. They understand the seriousness of the jobs that they are asked to do and do so in a strictly nonpartisan way. Each member or employee who contacts the committee for guidance or advice can feel secure in knowing they are getting unbiased and professional advice. Our investigative staff provides the same professional and nonpartisan efforts to ensure each allegation is thoroughly and fairly investigated and a just conclusion and recommendation is reached. I began my tenure as chairman following the same requirements of my predecessor, that timeliness continues to be a top priority in all of our committee's work. When a member or an employee comes to the committee for advice or approval, or when a member or employee's conduct has come under review, those members or staff deserve the committee's impartial consideration and deserve it as expeditiously and confidentially as possible. It's clear that our workload has been increasing in all three areas of the committee's work, as the ranking member will describe in a few moments in her comments. In investigative matters, the committee has continued to be very active. In the 113th Congress, the committee began or continued 89 investigative matters, while the creation of the Office of Congressional Ethics several years ago has added to the committee's workload. It's important to note that the committee is very active in undertaking investigations on its own initiative. In the last Congress, OCE, the Office of Congressional Ethics, referred 22 matters to the committee, with 16 with a recommendation that the committee review the matter further, and 6 with a recommendation that the committee dismiss the matter. So only about a quarter of the committee's investigative matters were related to an OCE referral. That is consistent with the 112th Congress, when the committee considered 96 investigative matters and received a total of 23 referrals from the OCE, of which 13 recommended further review and 10 recommended dismissal. Some investigations can take years to be completed. This is in part because of their complexity, but also the number of documents the committee must review and analyze. In the last Congress, the committee's investigative staff reviewed more than 430,000 pages of documents. One matter alone required the review of more than 220,000 pages of documents. With the proper number of attorneys and the right training and experience, we hope to continue to improve the investigative process and decrease the amount of time it takes to complete each investigation. With your committee's help, our committee has begun a project to greatly improve its correspondence and management system, which is the backbone of the advice and guidance we provide to members and staff. The new system will replace a system that is over 20 years old. Our budget for the 114th Congress will provide the resources necessary to continue the progress we've made over the last several years in providing timely advice and completing investigations in a much shorter time frame. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank the gentleman very much, and Chair now recognizes Ms. Sanchez.
Good afternoon, Chairman Miller, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity for us to talk about the work that the Ethics Committee does and our budget needs. At the outset, I just want to begin by saying how much I'm looking forward to working with Chairman Dent. This is going to be our third Congress serving on the Ethics Committee together. Also, most of our colleagues on the Ethics Committee are returning members this year. And in the past, I think all of us have worked together well. And it's worth noting that in the last Congress, all of our votes were unanimous on the matters that we had to vote on before us. Our committee also enjoys a good relationship with your committee. We work with House administration probably more closely than any other committee, and we appreciate the opportunity to work with you all on things like new member orientation and other issues of concern that affect the House. We understand that you have an unenviable task dividing up a pool of limited resources among all of the committees, each of which has important work to do. I'm sure cannot be easy. Others have compared it to trying to fairly divide up the pieces of a pie. In our case, I think there is a slightly better metaphor, and if you'll indulge me, the resources that are allocated to the committee are less like dessert and more like vitamins. They are necessary supplements to make not only our committee, but the whole House stronger. And this is true because of the unique role that the committee plays in interpreting and enforcing the House's ethics rules, as the chairman discussed. We recognize that in recent years, all committees have had to make do with fewer resources than they might like. But in the case of the Ethics Committee, its responsibilities have actually increased quite a bit. The House has repeatedly chosen to give the Ethics Committee additional responsibilities. For example, in the 110th Congress, the committee was charged with reviewing and approving all requests to accept privately sponsored travel, providing ethics trainings to members, and enforcing a mandatory requirement for the roughly 10,000 employees of the House, and reviewing recommendations of a newly created entity, the Office of Congressional Ethics. Similarly, in the 112th Congress, the committee was charged with administering the new financial disclosure requirements of the Stock Act. In this Congress, the House made it mandatory for new members of the House to complete ethics training soon after they enter the House and begin their terms. In recognition of those growing responsibilities, several years ago, the Ethics Committee received an increase of its staff cap to 29 slots. However, because of the budget climate since that time, the committee has never been fully staffed at its current cap. Despite the fact that we have not been able to reach our full staff cap, the committee staff has done an extraordinary amount of work to serve the House. In December, the committee issued a 250-page summary of its activities in the 113th Congress. That report is available to the House and to the public on our website, ethics.house.gov. A few figures from that report illustrate the scope of the committee's work for the House. So in the last Congress, the committee issued more than 320 formal advisory opinions regarding ethics rules, fielded nearly 40,000 informal telephone calls, emails, and in-person requests for guidance on ethics issues, released 18 advisory memorandum, which are affectionately known as pink sheets, on various ethics topics relevant to the House, provided training to approximately 10,000 House members, officers, and employees each year, received more than 5,000 financial disclosure statements and amendments filed by House members, officers, senior staff, and House candidates, and received nearly 3,000 periodic transaction reports filed by House members, officers, and senior staff. And those periodic transaction reports detailed thousands of financial transactions. The committee thus far has been able to meet its responsibilities to the House and produce this extraordinary amount of work because of our greatest resource at the committee, our very talented nonpartisan staff. Again, in the last Congress, the committee staff handled our increased workload with excellence and with professionalism, even though we were short of the maximum staff slot allowance. And that's possible because we have a very good, very experienced team on the Ethics Committee. The Ethics Committee enjoys one of the smallest budgets of any House committee, and about 95% of our budget is spent on staff salaries. And staff recruitment and retention in particular remains a challenge in the current budget climate, particularly for a committee like Ethics, which needs attorneys with very specialized knowledge and experience. And I'm closing now, so with your permission, if I could just finish. All of the staff on the Ethics Committee are important, and they're all necessary members of our team. However, the chairman and I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the contributions of one staff member in particular. As has been the case in many previous years, the budget submission and supporting materials we've provided for you today at this hearing relied heavily on the contributions of our administrative staff director, Joanne White. In a few weeks, Joanne is going to mark her 24th year with the Ethics Committee, and this summer will be her 37th anniversary with the House of Representatives. She's the epitome of a commitment to public service, and she sets the standard for the rest of the staff. We're grateful to all of their service to the committee and to the House, and again, thank you for your opportunity, our opportunity to be heard today, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you. We certainly appreciate your testimony, and Ms. White, thank you very much for your service to the Ethics Committee and to the entire House of Representatives. You sort of got your boss's back there, right? Always. We certainly, I'll tell you this, whatever business you're involved in, at the end of the day, it's always about the people. Always about the people. So it's great to have your bosses recognize you in that way. Mr. Chairman and the ranking member as well, both of you were commenting about your staff ceiling 29, and you've averaged about 25 positions, so you've never been there. And, you know, I just point this out, I was pointing it out to some of the other chairmen as well, because I think it's an interesting statistic, really. And in your case, of course, you're essentially looking for level funding here, and we are very appreciative of that. On the other hand, since the 110th Congress, the House committees have actually taken a 15%, generally, 15% reduction in our committee funding, and of course we've taken similar amounts in our own MRAs. But in regards to the committee funding, the Senate, God love them, has actually had a 4% increase during that same time, while we've taken a 15% decrease. So we really, I think, have hobbled ourselves in our ability with a lot of the committees that have oversight responsibilities or various kinds of things, and the kinds of challenges and in your mission that you're tasked with what you do to the House, with the House is so important. And actually, I was also going to mention the executive office has had a 30% increase since '08. So we really have, I think, in the House tried to be as fiscally conservative as we can. So our committee has had last week and now this week, the Ethics Committee actually is our last committee to take testimony from. We've heard now from every committee in the House, and both the chair and the ranking member and everyone, and we've had about, in full transparency, about half the committees are asking for level funding, and some are asking for a slight increase, some are asking for a little bit more, depending on what they think their needs are. But if we were able to not only maintain level funding for the Committee on Ethics, but if we were able to give you a slight increase, and I'm not saying that we could do that, but when we're done here, we're going to start really going through all of these numbers and seeing what we can do here to resource optimally for each committee. But if we were able to get you a slight increase, would it just be for staff principally, or do you have some technology needs? And maybe you've sort of went through that in your opening statement, but really, if you had a slight increase, what would it be?
Financial analysts to help us with these PTRs, these periodic transaction reports, these monthly reports. Our volume has increased dramatically for financial disclosure because of the Stock Act. That probably more than anything would be our greatest need. Technology, I think we're doing a little bit better. We're a little bit better there, but it's all about staff right now. The volume, it's not just on financial disclosure, also on the trips, the number of privately funded trips, that volume has also increased. So that's where our time and effort would be needed. And for $150,000, I think we could do a lot to help improve the speed with which we deal with those issues.
Ms. Sanchez, you have anything to offer on that?
I would agree. I think the explosion in the number of transactions that need to be reviewed by the financial disclosure staff has created a real crunch on our staff, and if we were able to add an additional position to help with that volume, I think that would also lessen the burden on other folks that get pulled off of projects to come pitch in and help with that. It is very staff intensive, the work that the Ethics Committee does, and if we were able to, again, have additional staff to help with that volume, it would mean more quicker response times for members and their staffs when they have inquiries or questions of the Ethics Committee.
I appreciate that. My ranking member, Mr. Brady.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to also congratulate Ms. White on all her years of service. God bless you, and how you put up with us for 37 years is amazing to you. One thing I know, you're going to heaven. You're skipping purgatory, we're right to heaven. But no, Madam Chair, I would not dare have any questions to the esteemed Chairman and Ranking Member of our esteemed Ethics Committee.
Mr. Nugent. Mr. Davis? Okay. Well, again, we appreciate it very much, and we are going to really start to putting the fine-tuned pencil here and seeing what we can do. But I appreciate your response in regards to if we were able to plush up here a little bit of what you actually would be looking for. And it is true with the Stock Act. I mean, I'm sure that was not something you were doing until the last couple of years here, all of a sudden, boom. So they give you more and not any more resources to deal with it. So, is there any other questions that we didn't ask you that you want to bring anything else out? Or okay, very good. Well,
I just want to note for the record, they asked me, if they ask you what you would do with the additional funding, don't say a batting cage in the members' stands.
Yeah. Okay. We may put that in the record. We may not, right? Okay. Thank you very much. We sure appreciate both of you, your attendance here today, and we'll get back to you. That concludes all of the testimony from all of the committees for the Committee on House Administration. And as I've told every one of the committee chairs and ranking members, we will be looking at the resources we have available, and we'll be coming forward with a authorizing resolution. And without objection, this hearing is now adjourned. Good. We did it.